Up. I'm live, and it's time for the Tipathon that I threw together in less than a week because I am good at this whole streaming thing, and yeah, it's happening. Whether or not it should be is a different story, but it's happening. So, yeah, um, there's a command to run. I don't really want to run it in my own chat client, so if my iPad ever wants to actually work, I can run it. And there's a link there with the info. Okay, it's not going to stop exactly at 10:30, but that's only because the timer's starting a little late because I haven't started it yet. But long story short, it's a tipathon, which is just a streamathon, but focusing on tips more than subs because give me more of the money than Twitch. You know, don't give Twitch so much money. Anyway, in that document linked there, there's some explanations to how everything works. Basically, the way it works is that if $1 adds 1 minute to the clock, subs are 40%, except for tier 3 subs, they get an additional 2 minutes on top of that because basically I'm valuing subs based on their sub points, and since tier 3 subs give an extra sub point, they get an extra couple of minutes. Bulk gift subs add extra time as well. Cheers are valued at 80%, so 100 bits is 48 seconds instead of 60, so just under a minute. And then tips are 200%, so $1 is 2 minutes. Simple as that. There is 2.5 hours on the clock, which I will start shortly, but of course, not just doing this to do this. There are some goals on the in the document. First one is $60. Gonna spend at least one night to go through some of the games that I have for PS1 and, you know, just revisit them, basically. $150 if we hit it by the end of tonight. I will ensure that we get through the entirety of tomorrow night as well, because the way that this is working is, assuming the timer doesn't run out, this will go across multiple days, 4 hours a day, excluding Fridays and Saturdays because FNR, GTA, all that sort of stuff. Just let's make it very simple and just exclude those outright. Time can be added at any point now, like whether or not I'm streaming. Even during those two streams that I just mentioned, I don't know if GTA will happen, but FNR sounds like it's at least going to happen again this week, believe it or not. But, yeah, that's the basic rundown of things, I guess. I guess that's it. So, shall we get started? It's complaining about access for the dock. Really? Anyone with the link can view. Oh, not the damn... Let me update the link hopefully real quickly. Yes, you. Edit. Can I... Okay. If I open this in incognito... I'm having it open just fine for me in incognito evil. Even on the redirect. Are you sure it's not working? I also seemingly cannot edit the link that it actually directs that short link to. Which is awesome. Thank you, Bitly. Yeah, I can open it just fine. Alright, well, just in case, I'll add it to a command, but I'm going to start the timer. Doc's not working for you. How is it working for me when it shouldn't be if it's not working for you guys, but it's not working for you? That doesn't make any sense. Well, here, we're starting the timer. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, I should probably add a bit of time to that. I'll fix that in a minute and I'll add like an extra 15 minutes. How about that? How? This is kind of stupid because it works just fine no matter how I try and open it. Can you guys at least open that link? Because that one should be fine. I don't know why. I don't know why it would be denying you access when I've given access. I see 2 anonymous users viewing the document, so I'm assuming that that second link works. The not short link. Okay, that link works. There we go. Well, there's just information in that, so it's not that big of a deal. How? So here's the funny thing. That link that I just pasted in chat, I just tried to make a new short link for it, and no, it won't let me because it's already being used. Oh, the subathon. Why? Hold on. Why is that the subathon? Well, there's the issue. That link was still... Alright, well, this is getting off to a wonderful start. Alright, give me a second. I'll add time to the timer because it should be that way regardless. And also fix the links because I don't know why it's doing that. I thought I fixed that, but apparently not. You know, I should just do this. Oh. Okay. There. I don't actually know where that first link was being sent from. But at the very least... There you go. Now it's working. Okay. Shall we actually get on with the game playing now that that nonsense is all sorted out? Look at that, you even got a little bit of extra time as a result. Isn't that just great? Because this was so rushed that I literally was throwing things together until way too late. Well, at least it's working now. In theory. I mean, in regards to it working or not, this is, in case you can't tell, this is the same script that I used for the subathon last September. It's just reworked to be for this, which is why the link was wrong, because apparently I missed a spot. Let's go over to here. Timer is still working. Hopefully the capture works. Hopefully the audio works. And they both working. They both are working. So, in regards to what I'm doing in Satisfactory tonight, I don't entirely know. Evil just tipped $50. Those are weird because, yeah, there's one alert and a sound on stream, and then the bot in chat. Thank you very much, Evil. I appreciate it. $50 through Ko-fi. I guess I should touch on that. You have multiple options for helping out. There's the normal link that goes to either PayPal or SE Pay. There's also the link for Ko-fi. The two bots are fighting, but not really. And then, of course, there's also Twitch bits and subs, but again, your money, if you're going to help out, your money is best put towards the other three options. I need to manually... No. Just... And that takes us beyond the end of the day, apparently. Well, that's going to be awkward if that's as far as it gets, because, 25-minute stream tomorrow, anyone? No, but thank you very much for the tip, Evil. $50, Jesus Christ, dude, that's a lot. Oh! I forgot something. I'll get to the game in just a minute. If you look at the document, bonus time. Every time somebody tips $50 or more, I'll add an extra 30 minutes to the clock. Also, so yeah, I just added the time to the clock. And which cut for bits got worse? Yeah, probably. That didn't work. Okay, I can just add it manually, because I don't remember how to do Ko-fi tips, because that's the second one I've received, both of which have been from Evil. Thank you very much, Evil. I am very well prepared. Can you tell I spent less than a week on all this? I promise you, I am a professional. Definitely. You know what? I'll just keep that open over there. Made cookies yesterday? Nice. I didn't make any cookies, but I had cookies earlier after dinner. Okay. The timer is right. The thing in the bottom left-hand corner of the stream is right. We're $10 off the first goal. Exceedingly well prepared, no flaws here. No siree. I partially blame Max, to be fair. He was distracting me with requests for things and stuff. Anyway, Yes, very laggy as I look around for the first time. I haven't loaded up this game in, like, I don't know, almost 2 months? This is Satisfactory Update 7, not Update 8. Oop. And there's a piece of something up there. Don't worry about that. But yeah, this is not Experimental Branch, not Update 8. I don't really like playing on Experimental, plus mods. I like mods. Best to blame Max for most things. Very true. But yeah, I started this save back in May, I think. This is just my starting area with things and stuff around that aren't really doing much of anything because, well, it's early game stuff that's all back stuffed. I don't have anything in the top left or right hand corner, top right hand corner of the screen, which is weird. But yeah, we are up to phase 4. Can't even like move it around in the slightest. I think if I remember correctly, I've actually got most of the tier 7 things done. It's already auto-saving and I've done nothing. Yeah, so that's modded stuff, we can ignore that. Actually, no. I haven't done anything in tier 7, basically. Oh, were they Geeson? Yeah, that makes sense then. Yeah, we can go a little heavy on the sugar at times. But yeah, I don't have to go to Update 8 to be able to destroy the fart rocks, fortunately. But, yeah, I basically haven't touched anything in Tier 7 or Tier 8 as of yet. Again, modded stuff, don't worry about it. But, you want to see picture? I mean, you can link it if you want, Jason, yeah. I've got multiple outposts. This was a failed road that I ended up not using because trucks are kind of stupid, but I've got... No, rather than just looking at the map, why don't I show you? Just really quickly. Although first, let's look at this. Oh, nice. Very nice, Geeson. I'm trying to remember everything about this one. You ate the rest. That's fair enough, honestly. I seem to remember there's stuff over that way, like steel-related stuffs, but you know, I should just use the teleporter. Again, it's been almost 2 months since I played this, so my mind's a little foggy. Oh, I should also probably do this so that the stream isn't lagging out. Yeah, that should be a bit better for choppiness of the stream. We'll get to that in a little bit. Yeah, let's go over here. So this is over by the end of the road. I've got this monstrosity, which you don't even see half of it. I don't have any means of flight as of yet, annoyingly. But I at least have elevators. Didn't end up using a lot of this space. But yeah, underneath of here is a lot of factory. Do I have a hover pack at the very least? No. And that's all making motors and automated winding things. Which way does this belt go? That way, of course. I've got some stuff over there, including project parts. Down the coast, you can see I've got some fuel production set up for plastics and rubber, and also power gen. Yep, gotta have that power gen. Speaking of which, how much am I actually making? Okay, that was weird. Not a lot. 5,600 megawatts. Actually, more like 5,400 megawatts, because the rest is biofuel. But, anyway. There's a fair amount of stuff here. It's not necessarily the best. Not necessarily the worst, either. Do I need any of this stuff while I'm here? Motors, not really. Hydrate. Fine. So, yeah, there is one thing that I was working on before I kind of gave up. I mean, you can see the number of things I have. I don't even remember what half of these are. Encased beams, where did I do them? Quartz is in a cave. Modular frames is off over that way. Oh, god damn it. Thank you very much for the tip, Geeson. You and your puns. I don't know why they have so many branches, but in some cases they don't have enough. Well, that's the very first goal. We've already hit the $60 goal. You know, I'm just gonna reflect that in the document. Let's see, format, text, strike through, yeah. But yeah, thank you very much for the $10, Geeson. Go to bed now, see ya. Alright, have a good one, Geeson. Thanks for hanging by. Hope the cookies... Well, you already said you enjoyed the cookies, clearly. Much appreciated, though. Art director goal 150. There we go. And it's now accurately reflected. And because... the time was added properly, right? I'm not... I didn't actually notice. I assume it was? Should have been. I don't actually know. Excuse me while I go check really quickly. Just to be 100% sure. And I'm gonna use the stream because it's gonna load a lot faster than this. Yeah, before... Yes, it did. It added 20 minutes, like it should have. Again, it's been a while since I've used this, so I want to make sure that it's still working right. Anyway, let's go off over to here. Because this is one of the last areas where I did a lot of work in. And it's not that far away from where I was. Actually, if you remember my Update 5 playthrough, I was actually right up here. This was where my main base was. My main base is now over here in Update 7. And, well, we've gone that distance. Also, train. Cool. So I'm just bringing in a bunch of resources. Copper, quartz, and then limestone and more limestone. And then there's a train there, but there's also more wrapping around from the other side. And there's some stuff over here, and... yeah, what? Caterium? All Caterium. Gonna load up. It's probably loading up, it's just not visually updating it. This is my only train line as of now. Also, despite the lights not really reflecting it. Oh. They were shining red, and then the train decided to leave. But yeah, this was all for a project that I never got around to because it's a lot of work. You can see traditional pole power right over there. There's some steel production in the background that's kind of hard to see. Not so much anymore, and we're turning. Old base used to be up there in Update 5. But we're finally going to that area that I never really got to see in my my previous playthrough last year. And that is the updated area up here. Now, there's honestly nothing up here. It's... you can see there were a couple of things run, some pipes run as well. But in general, I built some stations, I built some piping and stuff, and then my train. And then just stopped playing the game for whatever reason. But, I did prepare. I've got all the resources I'll in theory need to make this, minus conveyors and, splitters, pipes, and all that sort of stuff. Although I think I did bring some resources for that. But I had created initially a platform here, and this train just goes off over to there to get some oil over there. Eventually, I'm not sure that I've actually done that. Was there a train here? Yeah, there is a train. I think the idea is for me to have 2 trains set up, but I don't have the resources for the signals yet, so I only have the one running, which is why it's on the wrong side of the rails. Anyway, yeah, that looks like fluids to me, and sure enough, fluid freight platform. Which should have plenty of oil already in them. But yeah, this platform is nowhere near big enough. Just to give you an idea of what this is going to be, the autosave is going. There we go. This area is supposed to make high-speed connectors at 10 a minute, circuit boards at 10 a minute, AI limiters at 10 a minute, computers at 10 a minute, supercomputers at 5 a minute, and 3,680 fuel per minute. Now, I don't know if that makes any sense to you. If you're not familiar with Satisfactory, it probably doesn't, but that's a lot. That's a lot. Namely, like, most of the resources, the regular non-fluid resources are pretty low. Like, nothing exceeds 500. I say pretty low. I need almost 500 limestone and copper. But, crude oil is at 1,380 per minute, and water is at 5,100 per minute. And the way that it has me doing this for the most efficient way of doing it with the recipes I have unlocked is it has me taking advantage of diluted packaged fuel, which requires 61.3 repeating refineries, and then 2 times that for packagers. So 123 packagers and 62 refineries, or maybe 61 and one is overclocked. Oh, and I'm gonna need enough containers to transport 3,680 packaged fuel per minute, and water. This is probably part of why I gave up, and I think, thinking back, that yeah, it 100% is. It's a lot. It's a lot. And especially at the time... Oh, this is just connecting that over to there temporarily. At the time, I was still very much not... See, red lights. You can see it shining on the arrow. Shining red. I wasn't lying about that. Doesn't show as red, but it's shining red. And then as soon as it leaves, it'll turn clear. But clear, white. Like that. I forgot, because I am so used to playing... You also don't have signals. I'm so used to playing update 4, 5, and even a little bit of 6, that I forgot a critical thing. Blueprints. I forgot the blueprints exist, I was not utilizing them, and so I think part of what I'm going to do tonight, at the very least, is make a bunch of blueprints. Because, again, I need all these things done to set up all that stuff like I did in the previous playthrough. I don't remember which one of these is for what. That might be for... Yeah, this is... Oh... I don't know, though. That might be for actually constructing things. Anyway. Yeah. Blueprint designer, let's go. I can speed up this process so much just by making blueprints for things. But not so smooth rock. Question is, do I want to do it here or do I want to do it back in my main base? That's... I mean, for convenience factor of setting it up, it would be more convenient having it here, but I think, logically speaking, it should be back at my main base where most of my stuff is, you know? I think that makes sense. The teleporter for this area is all the way over here. Wait for the terrain to load in so I don't have to go swim my way back above ground. Also, you like my my escalators? One way, of course, unless you do this. Or just run on the side, that works too. Alright, so I technically have a Mark II, which is modded. It's huge. It is massive, honestly. Put it there. And encroaching others' clearance. Yeah, I get a player is in the way. No, does that not work? Unfortunate. Stop! There we go. Gotta get used to this game again. It's been long enough. I know it looks terrible. Just bear with me. Yeah, it's big. So this is bigger than the normal vanilla one, obviously. Considering if I go back to here, it will easily fit within the bigger one. Hologram cannot be placed inside Blueprint Designer. Not surprised. Yeah, it's a Blueprint Designer. I've really never used those. I have blueprints, that's colors, but I've never really used them. Hold on. Can I get a hover pack? Do I have the ability to get a hover pack right now? Because a hover pack would be fantastic. I have a jet pack. I found one of the hogs. That's that hover pack. Needs 100 computers and 200 aluminum. Not happening. Also, I don't know why, but these things always have their lights on. Even though I have to press the button twice to get them to turn off, which clearly indicates that they should be off in the first place, but, yeah. So, I want packagers, and I want a lot of them. How do I want to do this? Not enough space, I wonder. There they are. The test. Oh, and then if I do this, it won't. You know, you could just let me do it. I get why you don't want to, but really? Thank you, guys. Okay, so that does snap. What if I do that? That looks horrible. And I don't know where you're trying to connect to, but... Well, if I noodle it, it'll fit. But here's the thing about this. This isn't great. I just remembered there is something else that I need. So if I do... Maybe it'll let me do this from out here now. If I do that... You are a massive pain in my ass right now, game. Yeah, that snaps perfectly. And that... Smart, please. You're not being very smart. So I want the pipe to be up there, right? And I wouldn't have this necessarily, and this is just a template of sorts. How in the hell did you get up here? Why... You trying to intimidate me? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Because if I'm doing... Yeah, if I do packaged water here... Yeah, they do that as well in my game. Yes, they're very annoying in that regard. Oh look, he wandered off. Wander off further. Really? Alright. Let's not delete the blueprint designer, please. We have that, right? Not packaged fuel, packaged water. And actually, now that I look at that, if it's gonna be like that, I don't even have to have it that far in necessarily. What are the keys again? I literally haven't played this game in almost 2 months. Actually, do I have the alternate hotbar? I sure do. Why am I not using it? How is this partially overlapping? Mess that up. So something like that, right? That's further away than I'd want it to be, but again, with how this is being, I don't want it any closer necessarily. So then that comes in, and we could say... Yeah, that works. I'm gonna redraw that just because I can. Looks to me the same size, but you never know. Bruh. So this would be 1 unit, right? And it produces that. I only need 62 of the damn things after all. And what I could actually, in theory, do? You gonna let me do it? Yes. But you didn't actually... You didn't actually. Smart, you're not very smart. Actually, no, I know why. Hold on. If I do this, it'll do not the belt work, but it will do the piping at least. Oh, but it does the belts. That's fine, I'll just run over here and do this. You're really not recognizing... Oh, wait. What? Oh, I'm lined up. Why is it not snapping? It should be working. But it doesn't want to. I mean, there's an easy way to test that kiosk. No, it's not wanting to build anything there. Versus if I was to grab this, see how it's trying to build something? It's very glitchy looking, but it's trying. And it actually will. So it's just the packager that's being dumb. Obviously need more than a Mark 1 belt on the main put here. Yeah. So just something like that. How many is this? 5? 6. How quickly am I gonna run out of belts? I only have up to 480, right? Yeah. Yeah, this would be what, 720 at the end of the day? I can't do that much until aluminum and... yeah. So if anything, I think for modules like this, I should do this. That's great looking. Hopefully I didn't clip anything up there. It'd be most unfortunate if so. Alright. I'm really glad to see that Smart is a perfectly working mod with absolutely no issues. My flashlight not on. Okay. Is this actually... no. Somebody just drove by, I think, making a request to their phone over their speakers, because I was able to hear, "Here it is," in like an AI assistant type voice. And, yeah, that needs to be more than that, but never mind that. You know, if it's just gonna be kind of stupid about things, I might as well just not bother with trying to use smart. Oh, I see. Hold on. What is that? Splitter off in the distance. Yeah, don't delete that. This way. That. So tier 3 is 270, and then from there we just went tier 4. Mark 4. Okay. The water, likewise, 60 per minute. These will be more or less 300 per, and so... Well, I could, in theory, up them to 5x for the water. 4x is best for the items on both ends, because 60 per minute per machine. Input side can go much further, but if I'm merging in the outputs... Also... Oh, I'd have to do... Mark II pipes if I wanted to do this, but I could also do them back to back like I'm doing front to front here. Right? So like, have another thing set up like this with splitter and pipe work in between, right? I could do that. Okay, I guess I should actually do the stuff on this side, yeah. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Did not want to let me select there. There we go. You, and you. Delete those, and then... It's not smart doing it this time, but I'll still rerun them just to make sure there's no stupidness with it. Did I do... Oh, well, smart was trying to be smart, but it was being stupid as usual. Smart's a great mod, but like I said earlier, it's definitely bug-free with no issues whatsoever on Update 7. Though that being said, I couldn't fix it myself, so do I really have room to talk about how well it works? Some people might say yes, others would say no. This is a cluster of 8. I could do this on this side if I really wanted. Now I'm just being inconsistent with the spacing. I could have gotten away with that. Hold on. What is it over here? Is it the same? Yeah. I think I'd rather just stick to a set like this. Right? Like for a blueprint, I feel like this is better in a way. Doesn't have to be perfect after all. Okay. I think that's it if I want to put this to work. 60, 120, 180. 60, 120, 180. 240 is going into here, which is still Mark III. Now, if I really wanted to, I can make 2 levels of this. Do I want to make 2 levels of it? Because this is the area that 8 of them will take up. I basically need 8 of these. I don't know if this would be a good idea. But I'm thinking maybe what I can do is I can, like, double purpose this blueprint. Because all I need to do if I want this to go the other way is to reverse these. And, you know, the things on each side. But the machines themselves can just stay there. And reversing belts and stuff is pretty trivial, especially if they actually decide to snap, which they may or may not. So what I can do is have 2 of these side by side. And I could even, you know, upgrade the tubes in the center, the pipes. They're pipelines. The belts would need a bit of work as well, but upgrade the pipes to Mark II where necessary, and then basically have 1, 2 of these. And then above them I could have 3, 4. Because I've definitely got the vertical space there, I have no easy way to actually get up there. Because I can't run my jetpack off a solid biofuel in Update 7. But then what I could do is I could just reverse these. Do I even need to reverse them? No, I guess I don't. They're fine as is, just spin it around. The power poles will be on the wrong side. Also, this is off-center. There we go. Yeah, just blueprint this with an upper layer, right? So that's 2 sets of 8. And then just have that duplicated here. 4 sets of 8, which is 32. And then just basically duplicate that over to here. But again, with instead of the inputs facing this direction, they're facing this direction. So this is spun 180, and again, 1, 2, 3, 4. Another 32. That puts me at 64. I don't even need 2 of the machines. And that'll be everything I need in a fairly compact space. Just with 4 blueprints. Now, granted, get up to where I need to be eventually. If I really wanted to be fancy, I could even put the, I'll do it up here. I could even put the power underneath. Whoop. Where'd you go? Hold there. Underneath of these floors. Oh. There we go. Yeah, I can do both smart and zoop, which is nice. Right into the corner. But just have something like this, right? For the upper level. And technically I don't need this. Ooh. You know what? I had an idea. I will move these bottom ones onto the ceiling of that upper level. And then directly above them will be the power pole for the machines on the second level. So it all just ties in directly like that. I don't have to have any extra cables up top, right? So like the ceiling harness for these wires, they'll connect to these machines, and they'll also connect up to the power poles that connect into the machines up top. But what I want to do here is do that. I can type on input on output. Yeah, just add it there. Sure. Should be fine. Icon. I'm supposed to be taking a break right about now, but just let me do this. Buildings. A packager somewhere here. It should be further down. There it is. Select image. Select color. Honestly is fine. Save blueprints. And now that that's done, we're gonna take a short break. Day 13.2. Sure. Make a manual save. And then I'm gonna come over here. Just because I'm doing a Tipathon does not mean that I'm gonna stop doing my hourly breaks. It's still good to, you know, get up and stretch and all that other stuff on occasion. Of course, if you're unable to do that because of one reason or another, that's fine. But if you are able to do so, and you haven't been on your feet all day or something, then maybe consider doing so. It's a good time to go get food or a drink, go to the bathroom, because I'm going to be away for a few minutes, taking a break myself. I'm also going to be running some ads, because it's the only time during the stream that I do run ads. I don't run them during gameplay. I run them during these breaks, specifically so that they do not disrupt the gameplay, and it allows me to disable pre-rolls for the next hour, so that, again, it doesn't disrupt the gameplay. That's my major thing. I don't like running ads over gameplay unless it's absolutely required. Nobody likes ads, right? Also, you can hear the game audio. Let me just silence that over there. So, yeah, like I said, I'm going to take a short break, 3 to 5 minutes. Some ads will play, and when I come back, we'll continue with more Satisfactory. BRB. Alrighty, I am back. And just to mention this, because I probably should mention it, as you probably noticed, there is a timer at the top center of the screen. That's because, as the title says, I am doing a Tipathon, which is just basically a subathon, but we're giving less money to Twitch, because tips are favored heavily over bits and subs. Look, I need a lot more than they do, alright? Makes sense, doesn't it? Anyway. So, yeah. The timer is already beyond what it requires to get through the rest of tonight. There's only less than 3 hours left in the stream, and there's still over 4 hours left on the timer. So, we'll have at least an hour-long stream tomorrow. But I do want to point out, as you can see, bottom left-hand corner, the goal currently is sitting at $60. Thank you again for those who have helped out thus far. $60 out of $150. If we hit that $150 goal tonight, which should guarantee that we get through the entirety of tomorrow. It's actually originally only supposed to, was more or less supposed to be 3/4 of the way through tomorrow, thus we get, that to that point. But I think at this point it does get us beyond tomorrow, potentially. I don't feel like doing the mental math right now. But, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, if we hit that $150 goal, not only will I be adding an extra hour of time onto the clock, just free of charge, also, I will be committing to doing a full playthrough of, I don't know. Again, I threw this all together in less than a week, and things are yet to be decided in some cases. If you got a suggestion for what I should play, then I'm all ears. Link it in Discord. If you're not in Discord, say it now, and hopefully I'll remember to make a note of it. There's a multitude of games that have been suggested over time, and so there's a variety of things to choose from, but exactly what I will be doing, I don't know. There's also multiple goals leading up to $1,000, which is currently where I have it kept out. I was planning on originally having more below 1,000, but again, I'm struggling to figure things out as it is, so I reduced it down to what I think is still a semi-reasonable amount. It's still not great, but if you got suggestions, I'm all ears. Anyway, if we get to $1,000, just to mention this, I'm actually technically recycling an idea from the past, but I'm going to do I wrote it in the document as a mini road trip vlog. I think it was a driving vlog, as I worded it in the past, or something like that. Basically, I'm going to go somewhere, I'm going to drive around, show off some sights in that area, and sometime during that video, I don't know if anybody actually cares about this, but sometime during that video, I will do a face reveal, because, you know what? Screw it, if we get to that point at this point, did I really just say that? Anyway, if we get there, yeah, sure, you can see what I look like. I'm still not going to use a face cam, though. That is not something that's happening as of yet. I don't know. Maybe if we get really over the top with it. Maybe. Dingle, I cannot see your message. Well, that's odd. I can't see his messages at all in chat. Like, I see them in OBS. That's the only reason why I know he's sending messages right now. But I cannot see him in my own chat. Chatty, you want to, hello? Oh, sure, that one comes through. I wonder if I've missed any messages then. It doesn't look like it. That was weird. Sure it was English to begin with. But yeah, anyway, I know it might be a little bit of a not good thing to put a paywall behind a face reveal, but the main thing is the road trip. I've had this idea in my mind for a little while, and if things all line up, it might take me a while to get around to it, but if I could do it in the fall, there could be some pretty nice sights to see. Anyway, again, this is all linked in a document in the Tipathon command. Here, I'll just run it again. The timer stops at 1:15, except it's not. It's going to stop around midnight because I'm stopping at midnight. These streams run from 8 p.m. to midnight, Sunday to Thursday, but we're starting on a Monday because not yesterday. Although, they run Sunday to Thursday so long as the timer doesn't run out. In case that's not obvious. Anyway, shall we get back to the gameplay? Because I've just been sitting here on the AFK screen letting the timer wind down while I ramble. So, yeah. I just made a blueprint of this. Good enough. Yep. I don't know where some of those wires are going to, but sure. Of course, I had these all built up nicely before. Oh, sure. You want to zoop them, but like that. That's useless. I'll do that, thank you. Okay. Do that. Just zoop over to there. And then delete those two, and I think that should be perfectly above them. Yes. Speaking of perfectly above them... Ah, that's highly disappointing. So, like, right there. Yep. Okay. Wall outlet mark 2. There we go. Did not stay gold. I had to check and be sure. Haven't had any gold parts in this playthrough, I believe. There we go. And then if I come up here... do this, just like I said before. You know, I'm gonna put those back. I'm gonna put these back. That's great that it's partially overlapping. I don't care. You know what? I've got an idea. I don't remember which key it is. There we go. Ah! Can't even fall through that gap. But it allows me to build it there. Okay, so blueprints, packager 4x2. Really? I can't snap it in the slightest. I don't know. This is very annoying to try and maneuver perfectly. Can you finish building? It does appear as though it built in the correct direction at least. I don't actually know exactly where that is. That was fine down there, but the power pole's now in a completely different spot to what it was before. Because these are offset. Okay. But if anything, it's better the way it is up there than down here because it's better balanced from side to side, I guess? Yeah, because this edge, it's right up against it, but this edge, it's hanging over. Well, unfortunately, I have no easy way to dismantle this properly. Yeah, sure. Duplicate the wires, why not? Let's not dismantle that, though. Got an idea for this, though. This can only end well. Really? That platform was already missing, so not bad. Again, not playing on update 8. I'm still on update 7 because mods and not experimental. Just early access. So I don't have the mass dismantle of blueprints ability. Okay, so let's try that again. I want all the way up and all the way across where it'll still let me place like that. Seems good to me. And then the idea I had for over here was, since I don't actually need full foundations, but I do need something. Oh, please. So used to being able to use smart that being forced to zoop and only zoop is really annoying. This is backwards. Interesting how I haven't been able to actually hit the frame of this area yet. There's nothing over there to dismantle. What did I just dismantle? Or did it fail? I don't know, but there's nothing over there. Nothing. Like, it's just that. Okay. I can't actually see. So, silver on that end, orange on that end. Don't worry, I'm sure it was important. Was important, in case that didn't come across clearly enough. Yeah, no, definitely, it definitely was important, whatever it was. Nothing to worry about. What are you doing? Silver and orange, yes. Is that not what I had last time? Okay, there we go. Took a second. Now it's good, though. Oh, it's on that one. Whoops. That explains why I was able to connect into it so readily. Whee! But that's the idea, right? Those poles will just connect straight up. I gotta go back up there. So at least with this one I can just do this. There you go. It looks like they're connected into nothing, but in reality, they're connected down there. And then I guess because I know it'll bother people, even though I never bother with this otherwise. Huh? No, it's just not allowed to be built. That's weird. But I can build it up here. It's just not allowed to be built on the ground. A hint that I shouldn't bother with it. Is this even gonna work? Not there, it's not. Hello? I can't rotate it. And like, that'll allow me to do a diagonal. Which would technically be better, but like... Yeah, normally you can do that, but you can't do it when building vertical, huh? What? Is it just building out of that, then? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, well, nuts to them, then. Yeah, divot on that side. Yeah, when the bot says monthly goal in that message, by the way, it means the Tipathon currently, because that's what's going on. That's going to be clipping no matter how you look at it. I have to build it like more right here. There. It ain't perfect, but at least it's somewhat supported. Can even do this if I can actually navigate these bloody machines. And again, I would have the bases, but it's just easier to not have them in this case, apparently. Okay, that is Mark II. Name is already in use. That's not going to be confusing or anything, so here, let's make it more like actually blue. That's a little on the purplish side. Yeah, sure, that color. I don't know, it's different. Huh? Hold on a second. Oh, what the hell? Game. What gives? Okay, that time it seems to have worked. I can very quickly check just by doing this. There we go. Okay, so now I just need 4 of those, and that'll be the goals complete. Wait, no. That'll be the packagers that I need for just the packaged water. I don't actually know if that maintains the crafting recipe in them. Well, let's see. Load blueprint. Yeah, it does. You know, I should really do something like this as well. The only place that's actually safe to put these is, like, up here. But I can't do it on the leading edge! Ah, no. It's temporary. Okay. How about we do this then? Overshot again. Can I now... if I go into here... Yes, there we go. Did I actually delete it? Yes. Okay. So now I've got that for water, but now if I go around and do this here, I can do unpackaged fuel. Oh, but no, I need different setup for that. I do need a different setup for that. Okay, so I have the packaged water side of it done. I need the diluted packaged fuel refineries, but I also need the unpackaged fuel. So these are not needed. Those are not needed. But what I do need is the pipes over here. I should actually just make that a Mark II by default. Yeah, you're gonna do a real terrible job at actually running those pipes, but it's okay, I'll fix it for you, game. Actually, mod. It's smart that's doing that. I'll just rerun all the piping. Yes, even the sections that should be fine. Well, that should be, just to confirm, yeah, 60 per minute, so 120, 240, and then at this point we want that. If I wanted to be really careful and make sure that everything works, I would be doing valves on all of these. Oops. To make sure that it can only flow one way and not both ways interchangeably. unpackage fuel, unpackage fuel, and just rinse and repeat on all of these. Because if I do this now, obviously, it'll be a lot better than having to do it later, because right now I only have to change 16 machines versus having to change, well, up to 64. You know? And I haven't even touched up here yet, obviously. Just finish with the recipes right now. Okay, and now that that's done, we can go back to running more piping. It never ends. There's always something more to do. Again, just rerun those because I can. Damn it, cable. Whoops, a little too short. $120, $240. $360, and then it would be $480 up here. I also do not need it over here. Just undo that rather than trying to deselect it from up here. Alright, I think that should be it. Delete that, take a little bit of damage, whoop-de-doo, I'll heal it off, no time. And, yeah. I probably should have done something more. Sure. Done something more with the description to indicate fueling, unfueling, defueling, unpackaging the fuel versus packaging the water, but whatever. Now, for the moment of truth, did this actually go correctly? Yes. Yeah, I don't know why that first time it didn't clear everything. That was kind of annoying. Alright, I guess last is the refineries. The refineries I do not want to stack, so they're going to have a bigger footprint, no matter what. Can I fit two of these back to back? No. That's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. Is it that high? I don't know. Let's find out. Yeah? That high. You know, it actually helped to have the machine set up. Diluted packaged fuel. Okay, so this is a cluster of 4. And I'm building them backwards relative to what I wanted. That's too close. Or I had it right there. I am doing real well on being efficient about this. Yep. Get it going this way. Good. I might want to move the belt over. That's too close. Well... what if I do that? Stop trying to snap that way. That should work. There. I'm testing it. Of course, I could have gone about this a little bit better, but... it won't actually let me do it. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. I mean, it should work like this, but I did just want to test it to be sure. Yeah, I thought so. Well, I can just do this, I guess. I shove a couple of items over to here. Feed it into there. Hello? This is a belt. Why are you not belting? Excuse me, game? What sort of nonsense is going on with these damn blueprints? Just let me test something. Yeah, that works immediately. Yeah, I can tell, Kiosk. I get why. But, like, not even having belts function is a choice. Especially since I wanted to test this. Well, with this spacing, that's how it would have to be. Otherwise, I have to rebuild the refineries yet again. Which isn't the absolute end of the world or anything, but it's a nuisance. I think I'd rather just put up with it as it is, honestly. Right, gotta delete that so that it actually works correctly. What if I did that? Like, you get somewhere in between the two options, it would work a lot better. Won't be as cramped on either side. But in theory, that's the input side of the items. There we go. Love when that happens. So this is expecting 30 per minute, so I can easily stay within Mark 1 pipelines for this. Well, that's 240, so I can do this. I can put two of these back to back like this, and then I can also duplicate these machines to the other side. Hey, statics, it's going alright. Notice the timer at the top. I'm doing a Tipathon, which is a subathon, but focusing on tips, because I need the money more than Twitch does, or something like that. Just to point that out. Yeah, so... in terms of the items, I can use a single belt for up to 8 long, which would be 480. Again, aluminum would improve that, but I don't have aluminum production set up yet because I'm waiting on computers, which is what this is going for. I'm building the fuel generation side of things before I do anything else. Purely so that I can... well, I can have some way to deal with all that excess fuel right off the bat. And then I'll build the computer factory and go from there. So that is more than fine with that. That'll be 240, that's within Mark 1 pipes. The output from this will be 240. Oh. Okay. Okay. If I go for the 4 long, it'll be 480 on one side, which means I can't double up the outputs. Because then I would have 960 trying to go down one belt, which, even in vanilla, that's impossible. Like, once you get to tier 5, yeah, no, still not possible. Oh. Hmm. The packagers are going to be nice and compact relative to what this is capable of. Mark III pure nodes overclock is pain for that reason. Still no solution. Yeah, I don't have it unlocked at the moment, but this is more a remnant of my update 5 save than anything, but I do have a solution for that eventually, in theory. 2,400 resources per minute with multiple outputs. Because obviously even with that, unless you're using modded belts, you're not going to be able to utilize that. I added that specifically because getting sulfur in my previous playthrough was possible, but the problem was just how much sulfur I needed versus the nodes that I had access to and the output I could get for them. Yeah, so Mark V just to simplify things. And with the multiple outputs, it was fine. I guess this is fine. These are all set up correctly, it looks like it. Yeah, one of these is spaced further than the other, so you can sneak in there just about. Whoop. Am I spelling diluted right? Yes. Sure. Somewhere here. Not turbo fuel. Now, just real quickly, clear designer. Okay, destructed all of it. I don't trust it anymore after that one time, with it not actually putting in place the correct items. And what I'll do in this case... Oh, it's adjustable, that's why. There we go. Just like that. The bot did just message, but just give me a second. Excuse me. Basically, I'm just going to reverse this. Right? Just like that. So instead of the inputs coming from that side over there, they're coming from this side right here. which also means the outputs go out this side. But it's making the same thing. So the other one will be right side, this one is left side, thus the naming on the other one. Alright, well the game just auto-saved, but I'm gonna do my own save. As the bot did say, it's time for a break. So, despite it being a Tipathon with the timer counting down all the time, I am going to take a short break to stand up, stretch, and do all that other stuff. Because it's a good thing to do, right? So, yeah, I'm just going to take a short break for a few minutes to do whatever. If you have something to do, now's a good time to do it. Because I'm going to be running some ads. It's the only time during the stream that I run ads, so they don't interfere with the gameplay and disables pre-rolls for the next hour. So, no ads during gameplay. Yay! Even if it requires running ads, which... Anyway, when I come back, we'll continue with more Satisfactory. Yerby. Alrighty, I am back, and once again, before we get back into the gameplay, I do just want to talk about what's going on today and hopefully the rest of the week, but we'll see on that front. I am doing a Tipathon, which is a subathon, but focusing on tips instead of subs because, well, I need the money more than Twitch does, or something like that. Look, they've got enough of it as it is, right? Anyway. So yeah, as you can see on the timer at the top of the screen, there's a little over 3 hours left on the clock, and as it stands now, there's a little under 2 hours left in the stream. So we are good to go through the rest of the night, and we'll have at least a 1 hour stream tomorrow. The way that I'm doing this is it's basically 4 hours a day. Timer isn't necessarily running during those entire 4 hours, but it's 4 hours a day, Sunday through Thursday, so long as it lasts, though I didn't start yesterday, I started today, which is Monday for me, at least. I know other people in the world might be further ahead, and thus it'd be Tuesday, but regardless. Streams start at 8 p.m. Eastern, and they'll end at midnight, so nice solid 4 hour block. I'm not necessarily always going to play Satisfactory, but at least for the first couple of nights, that's what I want to focus on. It depends on how long this lasts, though, because, again, we've only got an hour at the moment on the clock for tomorrow. Regarding adding time, the main thing is tips, which every $1 adds 2 minutes to the clock, and we're going off of whatever shows up on stream or in stream elements. So, you know. If it says $10, 20 minutes is added. If there's currency conversion nonsense that makes it not even, then time is added to the best of the bot's ability, because the bot's the one managing the clock. Which is why if you ever see it stutter a little bit or skip a second, that's why. It's the bot doing it. Anyway, like I said, $1 is 2 minutes. Bits are are not great. They're a little less than ideal. 100 bits is only 48 seconds, so that's 80% value. I can talk. And then subscriptions are 40% value, so a tier 1 sub only adds 2 minutes. But if you were to do a tier 3 sub, that adds 12 minutes because 6 sub points. So I'm adding a little bit of extra time on because of that, instead of just having it be like 10 minutes, I think is what it would be. It's 12. And then for gift subs in bulk, there's extra time added for every multiple of 5. As well, if you tip in quantities of $50 or more, if you tip $50 or more, I'll add an extra 30 minutes for every multiple of 50. So, you know, $100 adds 1 extra hour onto the clock. And of course, I'm not just doing this to say, like, hey, give me money. No, I'm streaming, obviously, but also I have some goals and such in place as well. I don't have a ton, I will admit, because I threw this all together in less than a week, and I don't have a good idea of what to do for you guys. So, we've already hit one goal for tonight. We're currently $90 short of the next goal, which will see me doing a full playthrough of something that's yet to be decided. If you guys have any input on that, of course, feel free to let me know. Discord is ideal for that in the suggestions channel. But otherwise, you know, what do you guys want to see? I've got a number of options I could go with. I don't know. But also on top of that, I'm going to add, just for hitting that $150 mark, 1 extra hour of time, and yeah, that's it. But we have to hit that goal before the end of tonight. If we do not hit $150 before the end of tonight, so in the next 2-ish hours, it will just go down to the playthrough. So, yeah. Clock's ticking. Let's get back to the game. I was just reversing this before I went to break, so let's finish doing that. Needs to be a splitter. Oh, Now it doesn't want to snap. Yeah, no matter what I do, it doesn't want to snap. That's cool. Oh well. It didn't want to snap, but it still drew the belts in at least some cases. Hey, I can snap into them, so... Anyway. Okay, so that's the inputs done. I'm just going to leave them as Mark 1 belts because I'm going to have to upgrade them anyway if I double these up. I might as well just leave them as it is. Yeah, so inputs on that side, it's flowing that way, and then the output is flowing from back there out this way. Update this. I wish I could mirror this icon, but I don't think that's a possibility. Sure. Just to make it different. And then clear designer. Beautiful. Alright, I think that's basically it for the fuel processing side of things. I mean, not really, but that's part of it. I still have to do the crude oil processing, and then the actual fuel needs to be able to go somewhere, but for now at least, as long as I can get the water input and the package things, I don't even remember what they're actually called. Go back here. Do I actually have them somewhere? Just hold on a second. Wait until the high poly land loads in to ensure that I don't fall through the world. It's not that big of a deal because there is water right here. So we are at sea level, if you will. And thus I'd be able to swim right out of it, no problem. But still, if I don't have to do it, then let's not do it. Alright, I guess I don't have any of them here. But that's alright. I think what I want to do... I have the water blueprint. Boy, having flight would be so much easier. Okay, so that's one side. I think that should be fine. Missing steel beams. Cool. Well, I actually need a lot more of that, but I'll probably have to come back anyway for other stuff, so... Train. Yeah, just to reiterate, because I haven't actually talked about this since I was here earlier. What I'm building here is a big old factory to produce not only power from fuel, but also computers and related components. So computers and supercomputers, circuit boards, high-speed connectors, and a couple other things. AI limiters, and I guess that's actually it. This factory is basically a big case of scope creep, because it kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and yeah, that's not necessarily a good thing. That is not snapping to it correctly. Why are you offset? Like, why do you insist on being offset when I try and place it like that? That is extremely annoying. You know what else is extremely annoying? Just build it default, because then I can actually kind of see what I'm doing. So I'd love to be able to just lock it into place, but Smart does not work with blueprints, seemingly, so... I think that should be right, though. I mean, that should work. So that's 32 of the 62 packages I need. So then in this, I just... Can I... Yes. That's very helpful, actually. Green. I am almost completely out of plastic. Good thing I have more over here. Why am I even using that plastic? The packager? Got plenty of steel. Get more of them in general. Where's the rubber? There's the rubber. Okay. Let's see if I can actually do this right. I didn't actually get that all the way back. That's kind of annoying. But on the other hand, that's okay, because it actually gives me a little bit of space to walk along here without issue. That's not lined up. They are offset from one side to the other, aren't they? Oh well. That doesn't bother me. Not great, but whatever. That should be just right. So these, with the exception of one set, and I am bothering to deconstruct this because technically, with my resource calculation with those containers over there, these are not counted for, so I should not have them. As a result, I shouldn't have them built. Honestly, I can just run the one at 60% for the moment. Right. Certainly one of the longer trains I've actually made, simply because it's got a lot of resources that it's transporting. 4 cars worth, clearly. Okay. You know what else I could do, actually? This is going to be a massive pain in the ass, because there's no way for me to mass dismantle a blueprint. But what I could do is actually expand this out this way, so that these two are located here alongside these. So, another 1, 2. Get rid of those two and replace them with the unpackagers. Right? I think that might actually make more sense in a way. Wish I had considered that before doing this, but oh well. I'm gonna be here for a few minutes doing this. Now it's not flashing anymore. I barely touched the stuff in the back on the one side there. Selecting foundations, but that's honestly okay. Not that big of a deal. I'd much rather break down foundations beneath what I had built over here than touch anything over here. Somewhere there was a 2x here. No? Okay. Oh, must have just been a remnant like that one was. That's annoying. Okay, are we all good now? Looks like it. Train just left. Yeah, that's the side that I want. Darn lag. Hello? I was able to jump up out of the water onto the platform before. Okay. Yep, that's on the correct side. There, like that. So we've now got 4 in a row. Except now this being the one missing machines is kind of weird, but whatever. Can also do this. Ow. Hold on. Oh yeah, it is at 7, isn't it? Okay. I don't have Mark III yet. I need 100 high-speed connectors, which requires, well, 1 circuit board per, ideally. So I'd need 100 circuit boards, and how are they made again? So either this recipe or this recipe, depending on which I wanted to do. This is way more efficient on plastic, but it uses Caterium wire, quick wire rather, instead of copper sheets. Would I do that? Technically. Do I want to do that? Not really. And why was I able to do it to this one, but from these two, but not that one? Oh, because you've got plenty, that's why. Because of the missing machines. That makes sense. Alright, now for this side, we add 4 of them to the to-do list. Nailed it until I didn't. Thank you, game. Let's see, steel beams, I need a lot. That's not all the steel I'll need, but whatever, I can just take from other things. I.e. over here somewhere. Or not. Interesting. That's sufficient. That's sufficient. That's sufficient. Okay, let's go and build the unpackagers. This is just going to be the same idea basically, but like I had those two right there originally over here. I think something's crawling around in the floorboards. Love it when that happens. Yeah, anyway. I wonder if I put you on blueprint mode, will you actually build correctly? No. Not even in the slightest. Should probably check to make sure that these are both going the right way. You know? Yes, and looks like yes. Yes. Okay. I did not make sure that that one was going the right way, but this one does appear to be. Yep. We'll just assume that it is and double check it after placing this one. Yes, and yeah, see the chevrons, the chevron-like pattern rather. Yep. Okay. See, this is something I can do with update 8 that, or without update 8. Can't do this in update 8. You can do it with mods though in update 7. Really? You're limited to 20 still? Disappointing. Can't afford. Well. Alright. Grab some more of that. Grab some more of that. That should get me through at least the bare minimum as far as building platforms goes. Bare minimum. It should get me a while. Let's put it that way. Oh, look at that. That one would actually be able to be done in Update 8. Mods are so good, though. Let you do all these fancy things that the vanilla game won't let you do. Yeah, let's not go 10x that way where there's already foundations. Yeah, no, I don't get all the fancy lighting and, you know, all that other stuff, but I mean, I'm on a 2080 Ti. How much of that am I actually going to be able to properly enjoy anyway? Besides, as I said, I think a couple of times now during the stream, by playing on Update 7, I not only get a little bit more stability, because, you know, not bleeding edge experimental, but also mods. Do I really need more justification than mods? I feel like I don't. Okay. Shall I mirror this as well on this side? Wrong thing. Why did you build like that? That's 120, 240. There. And again, it's weird to have it missing like in the middle and not on the end, but because of what I did before, it's missing over here, and I don't feel like rebuilding this just to redo it. And again, Update 7 does not have the ability to bulk delete. God damn it, that's the second time I've done that. Blueprints. So it is what it is. Now, how much water do I actually need going into this side of it? 3,680 water per minute. I am not surprised, honestly. I feel like I'm best off just going over there and setting up a ton of water pumps. Because, I mean... yeah. Probably set up like 32. I am going to need 13 pipes. So maybe even 33? Just to try and fill out all of the pipes? How many? Yes. Pretty much. Fortunately, when it comes to these, why so many pipe? Because that's the amount of fuel that this needs, or the water that this needs, Kiosk. Basically, the most efficient way, quote-unquote, to make fuel out of this setup with the recipes that I have is to just take a bunch of water, throw heavy oil residue at it, and get fuel out of it. So, on that far side, water goes in, packaged water comes out. Somewhere over here is going to be 62 refineries worth of diluted packaged fuel creation. And then the packaged fuel is going to come back over here and be unpackaged into fuel and the empty canisters. which is kind of silly, but is what it is. Oh, God, chaos. I can imagine that went well. So these are already creating 480 per. That ain't right. I think it needs to be offset by 4. Yeah, that. "52 reactors overclocked, so each taking a full Mark II." Jesus. Yeah, that's a fair amount. In regards to these, can you actually... If I build this roughly there, let's say. Okay, good. You can stack those. That's excellent. So that's in line there, I guess? Yeah. Go 6. Out of curiosity, now that I've done that, can I just run this like this? Yes. If I can get it to snap onto the right side. Yeah, terrain changes killed it. Yep. That is the one problem of playing an early access game. That should be Mark IV. Train in the distance. Get back. Autosave. There. See it? Just to the left of the cursor. And it's turning, and it's gone. I didn't do this side of it. I need to do this side of it. Do that. I won't actually say that's the snap. Okay, I am 1 off, though. There we go. That and that. And I can do... Yeah, that's right, Mark IV. That to there, except I'm out of resources. Hey look, the train's back. Shallow water. Bonk, bonk. Train! I jumped too early. Alright, let's try this again. Probably just better off removing that. But it's a good reference point. Move that one away. Still in line. And then right to there. This one I will keep though, because I'm doing this with it. I could double these up so that it's not 4 stacks. I probably should double them up so that it's not 4 stacks. Oh, that's me. I was gonna say, what's that thing over there? I don't remember building anything that would be that spot. No, that's just me. Anyway. Apparently that's overlapping clearances. Anyway, why? No. No! Why are you the way you are? That's horrible, game. There. Autosave. Damn thing. Just leave it there for the moment. Pick you up. Not that. Right there should be right. And then I can finish bring these over to here. So that was built one too far out. No? There we go. That way it keeps them as out of the way as possible. And then I can do something similar up top. In fact, one of the things I can do is this. This is just temporary, don't forget. Just temporary power setups until I get things rolling. Perfect. Except it's slightly offset. Wait a second. Right, I remember why that's a thing now, because I made the entire thing offset accidentally. I'd have to nudge it, which I don't have the ability to do at the moment, I think. Just don't pay any attention to that. Music volume off. I have no clue how I'd do that, what I just did, that is, here. I mean, there's a very obvious solution. If I go up that far, I think I'll be happier about it that way. I think I prefer to have it slightly higher than not, basically. Yeah, that works for me. Although in this case, it might be better to... 1012 was the first one, was it? How did you know, Kiosk, that I wasn't actually paying any attention to that? How did you know? Whoops. There we go. You aren't stacking them? I mean, I am. No. That's one way to do it, I guess. Because this is up in the air with no ceiling, I feel like just doing a tall stack is better. On the next step by the time you finish typing. Yeah, not surprising. Did that actually do what I wanted it to correctly? Looks like it. Okay, this is the out right here. Next break already. Jesus. Time flies. That's unfortunate. Fortunately, I can still build it from down here. And as a reminder, I don't have to remove 2 on the upper level like I did on the lower level, because the upper level is contributing to the lower level, right? So the 62 packagers that are packaging the water include these packagers right here. And then the 62 packagers that are unpackaging the fuel, this is part of the 62. There should be 32 up on top for both, and then 30 down below. Alright. As the bot indicated, though, it is time for another break, so I'm going to take a short break to stand up, stretch, and do all that other stuff. When I come back, we'll continue with some more Satisfactory through to the... not quite, well, I don't know. Around midnight EDT. I'll probably wrap it up just before and pause the timer there. I'm not going to run the timer through the outro, just to be clear with that. But we did at least make it far enough tonight that there will be at least a short stream tomorrow night, but we'll talk about that more after the break. I am going to run some ads during the break. It's the only time during the stream that I do so. Disables pre-rolls for the next hour. Make sure that there's no ads during gameplay, which is what I aim for. Because nobody likes ads, and at least this way, if you don't want to watch the ads, you can, you know, take a short break yourself and walk away for a minute. You can also subscribe, which will contribute towards the timer, but there are much better ways to put $5 or more towards the timer currently. Anyway, BRB. Alrighty, I am back, and before we get back into the gameplay, I once again want to mention the Tipathon that I'm doing. We started earlier tonight, and the timer was extended far enough that we will go through the entire stream tonight and resume tomorrow. There will only be a little over an hour on the timer when I start tomorrow, as it stands, but it can always be extended further. And in regards to that, I do just want to mention the next goal is $150. If we hit that, we'll be doing the entirety of tomorrow's stream as well, because if nothing else, I will be adding an extra hour onto the clock for free, as well as committing to playing a game through completely. I don't know which game yet. Look, I had to throw all this together in a week, less than a week, because, I don't know, I decided to do this on a whim, basically. So, here we are. I will say also, I know it's not the smallest amount, but we are sitting at $60 out of $150. If somebody was to tip 100, technically 2 extra hours would be added. I know that's $10 more than necessary, but if one person was kind enough and able to do $100, not only would that add, how much is $100? 200 minutes? So, 3 hours, 20 minutes to the clock by itself, which would see us through tomorrow. It would add an additional hour for being a multiple of 50. 50 times 2. So, 1 extra hour from that, plus the 1 extra hour from hitting $150. But I will say that $150 goal of adding the extra hour expires at the end of tonight. That is only valid through the end of tonight. It is not valid tomorrow. So, yeah. There are a number of ways to get there. It's a matter of whether or not it'll happen. And it would be a real shame if I was to go live at 8 p.m. tomorrow and end at a little after 9 p.m., you know? But, yeah. Anyway, shall we get back to Satisfactory? If I can get to the button on my stream deck. Yep. Again, the tipping is the most effective way to add time, as it's 2x value. So, $1 adds 2 minutes. You, of course, do not have to contribute, especially if you are not able to justify it financially. That's fine. But, yeah, there are multiple ways to contribute. The Stream Elements link will take you to an option to choose between SE Pay and PayPal. If you are international, relative to me, i.e. live outside the US, you should use the SE Pay link, se.pay, SE Pay. You should use that link going forward if you ever choose to contribute, because of PayPal's changes in regards to international currency. I think that they work with international exchange rates and stuff. But considering PayPal is adding a lot of fees, I believe starting, well, technically tomorrow, but for me in just an hour, but not really, most likely, because Pacific Coast, I would assume. But yeah, I think that starts tomorrow, so you'll want to be mindful of that. Not just for me, but for anybody. But yeah, the Stream Elements link leads to both SE Pay and PayPal, and then there's also Ko-fi, but that goes through PayPal directly. So, if you'd like to help out and contribute towards the timer, pick your poison. A variety of options. And again, there are a number of goals set up. Not as many as I would have liked, but I just don't know what to put, honestly. How am I going to handle this? I mean, I guess the simplest way is just a Mark III lift. But it will have to be offset, of course. Let's see, so... Is that level, or is the one above it level? That looks level. Yeah, I'm gonna run it part way just to be safe. Ensure that I don't get to the last little bit and I forgot them on my hotbar. I don't know why I did that. Anyway, but just to make sure that I don't run out of belt just at the last second. Also, is it just me, or is there a floating piece of terrain right there? Looks weird. Really build from the top down. Can't afford. Train. Well, that's not a lot of material left for belts. Can always steal some out of there, I guess, but that's supposed to be for other stuff. Honk. Alright. I'm still not entirely happy with the way that this is going. Not ideal, this, but I think it's what I'm gonna do. Because it kind of makes more sense this way to me, I guess. Okay. Can I make it all the way over to here, let's say? No. Actually, you know what? For you, I actually don't want you there. I want you higher. Then I do a splitter that more or less lines up, please. Please? So picky. Can I actually get this to line up from up there, maybe? I think it'll be 240, so I only need 3. Because again, this is only 4 machines being fed here, right? So, no, 60 per minute there. 6 times 4 is 24, 240, 270 max. And then this, as a result, only needs to be a Mark III. And that can just stay up there until the very end, and I can split off these 3 belts at the junctions here. There's no way you'll let me do this. Yeah. That would be too convenient. Yeah, I'll just do it like this. Move that like that. Like that. And then I'm going to run this on this top to bottom. I'm gonna run this one all the way across, but then I'll delete the excess because we don't need necessarily. Well, I do. So I just deleted them for no reason. Because then I can do a splitter, which will snap to the wrong things. And do this. Grab the Mark III belt, send it over that way. Then the Mark III of you. Of course I ran out of steel beams. Ow. Anything else I'm lacking? Yeah. Gonna run out of these again. Plastic and rubber I don't need so much at the minute, but I'll still grab them. Cable I'm almost out of. I actually genuinely do not know which sets of what. I mean, I would assume for that many motors, that was what was required versus this. I don't know what those are for. But I split these out at some point between, I think, resources that I need to build all the machines and resources that I'll need to build out everything else, like the belts and the foundations, which is why plates, concrete. But given all this, including some belts, is just... why? And why is this in here? And I don't know. What was I doing 2 months ago almost? I don't remember. I abandoned this project because... things and stuff. You guys get to see the world, even though this was supposed to be a world that I never showed on stream because the goal wasn't met way back when. But I decided for the Tipathon that I would bring it forward. Speaking of which, next goal is $90 away, and if we hit that goal tonight, I add an extra hour of time. And if somebody does it by tipping $100 instead of $90, which, yes, $10 too much, but if one person was to do $100, that would add an extra hour being added, meaning essentially 2 hours for free. And I bring up that $150 goal with the bonus hour specifically because that hour expires at the end of tonight. If we do not hit that goal tonight, we will not be hitting it at all. Well, that's not the right way to say that. If we do not hit that goal at all, we do not hit that goal tonight, then the extra 1 hour that is part of that goal will not happen. It will be removed from that goal and it will just be the game playthrough. Okay. I do kind of wish I had built these a little further back that way. Since I've done it on all the other ones, I'll continue doing it here more or less. These out like that, and then build this out like that. And then for certain audiences. Yeah, Kiosk, well, Twitch decided that, hey, instead of just having your channel set as mature all the time, we're going to make you do it supposedly manually, even though I haven't touched it once. And we're just going to automatically put ratings on your game, and this one I think is rated for mature audiences, probably because of, well, you should know why. Bit of a silly change, but Twitch does what Twitch wants to. Which is part of why subs are so devalued for adding time to the timer, because don't give your money to Twitch, give it to me instead. Oh, it's still unrated, so that's why it defaults to M. I mean, to be fair though, the higher rating does make sense. Does it not? Like, the arachnophobia, if I can even say the word right, the arachnophobia toggle is there for a reason. And even then, some people consider that worse. So, it's there for a reason. Yeah. Right, static. Unfortunately, I will point this out. I don't have to worry about it. Not fully passive, but they'll leave me alone if I leave them alone. I think that's a fair enough setting to have enabled. Because, yeah, I don't feel like getting attacked constantly, thanks. Your sub-tier, you were watching on desktop, but app went warning. Oh, Twitch. See, that's why I honestly prefer the toggle that we used to have. You know, where it's just expect potential mature topics or whatever if the toggle is set, and just leave it at that. Because, like, in reality, that suits my channel. I swear a bunch. My stream is not rated for all audiences as a result. And also, not that it's as much of a thing anymore, but when GTA happens, well, Discord, need I say more? So, yeah. Nice, Static. Very nice. That was the train. Even if Smart is becoming less and less of a useful mod because features keep getting added to vanilla, you can't help but admit that, like, the camera up in the top left is extremely useful. And the nudge and, you know, extend, like, I was messing with this earlier in order to get around the nonsense of the blueprint designer, but, like, spacing? Yeah, not a problem. That... Okay, don't press O. I can just hold it. Look, I'm looking around. It's anchored. I think that's a thing in Update 8, but it wasn't previous to that. Oh. There you go. Yeah, I can just do that on the fly. And it works downward as well. It doesn't work for spacing, but, I mean... fair enough, I think. And I can also, you know, I can go further than a Zoop would ever allow me to in multiple directions. Here, let me just lag out my game. Oh my god, I am lagging out the game massively, actually. I scrolled a lot more than 3 times, but I think you get the point, right? It's 1 or 2 more, though. Yeah, oh yeah, I want to just offset it a certain height. Yep, that's fine. Oh, I've forgotten what the one was. Oh yeah, and I can change the camera angle. What was the other button that I'm forgetting? The one that I've actually used in the past a fair amount. T. Maybe there is a reason for Zoop to be only a few at a time. I mean, yeah, Kiosk. There is a decent reason, but I mean, even this. Vanilla, eat your heart out. That's 15, 16, 20. It maxes out at 20 with this. And again, if I want to go further, I can just do this. Although, currently it's, there it is. I'm only holding it with shift, I think, which is why it's flickering. Yeah. There's reasons why it's the way why it is the way it is, but also it's kind of silly that it is the way it is, because just let us have more fun, you know? It might be a little laggy, but what? It's something I'm willing to deal with, personally. How am I unable to select the belt? Please. Too steep. Yeah, I built that wrong, apparently. Oh yeah, I was in the middle of doing this one, wasn't I? Whatever. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's a fair point, Kiosk. They're coding for the average idiot instead of the average player. In cases like that. Which is a shame. But those of us who are, I guess you could say, but not necessarily actually power users, are more than happy to do what we must to be able to actually do things like that. There's a difference? No comment. I think really I could actually get rid of these to some extent and just say, oh, it's built into that, so it's not needed to go all the way down because that's built into that. But whatever. Like that camera feature, though, I know, right? And also, they've said they won't do this, but I mean, tap of a button, and I can go up and down. Even dings, and just as a side note, I do have it disabled, but oh, and of course, if you want an elevator, but you want it to fit into a catwalk, but Kiosk, can your whoosh tube move a vehicle? I can't build it because computers, but it is massive because it has to be able to carry a truck. Alright, let's do this all again on this side now. Does the AI pathing understand it? As far as I'm aware, yeah. I don't know how high I need to go here. Okay, so it is offset onto the odds. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. That's something else that mods, at least in the past, have allowed you to do. Are much longer splines for things like belts and rails and stuff for the train. How do I want to route this? I've got an idea. Yeah, I've got an idea. I'll do it like this. Let me get those routed around and then go from there. I want to go out to at least here. Like that, I think. Then go from you to you, sack of shit. I'm just doing that. There. Does that make it a little easier to see? Again, I don't have the hover pack, and I don't feel like making all the computers to unlock the hover pack. And since my jetpack won't run off of biofuel because update 7, I'm stuck more or less doing what I want to do. Remember what I said up top about doing one in the middle so I wouldn't potentially run out of distance there and have to redo it? I was right to do it. Almost like I've played this game enough to know how those things tend to work. Know how it tends to end up if I decide, nah, it'll be fine. It was in fact not fine. Like that. I'm okay with this. Actually, for this, I'll want to do something slightly different. I don't know what you're trying to snap me onto, but it's not helpful. That is a straight line right there. Eh. Yeah, that's technically fine as it is. That's really not close enough. Or far away enough, rather. Hmm. I was gonna say, really? Can't figure that out? I could, just took a second. I don't think there's any realistic way to avoid clipping here. So I think in this case I'd rather just put it back to how I had it because I feel like it. And just ignore the fact that it's clipping. It's perfectly fine as it is, don't worry about it. No, I need to go off of that one. Actually, what I need is for there to be one... Yeah, exactly, static. Clipping. Need it right there, because that's what worked up top. And these are identical top to bottom. Wait, no. Yeah, now these are letting me place them in the right direction without having to manually place the damn thing. I don't get it. Why are you the way you are, game? Yeah, see? It's wanting to do it again. I managed to get it to cooperate that time, at least. Obviously, it's to spite me. Yeah. So what I was originally planning on having here was basically I would rotate... I would have these side by side, right? I guess technically I could still do that, but then there's that to deal with, so... But I was planning on, with the 2x2, I would have them side by side, and then every time I removed one of these belts by, you know, sending them off over here, I would just rotate a belt around. Right? Oh, here's something I actually have to take into consideration. Which belt went on to... I didn't think about that. Okay, I might have to reroute these belts differently then. So that is the upper one on the inside, which goes to the second highest, when in reality I need to have that coming off like... Well, that's just awkward. That's just awkward. Okay, I'm gonna reconsider this because of this. I need to have those being equal. Can I get away with this then? Because what if I do this? By the way, just to mention this one last time, we don't hit that $150 goal by the end of tonight. The part of the reward for hitting that goal that is adding an extra hour of time onto the clock will expire. It's only valid on this first day. We are $90 away, so it's not that close, but if somebody was willing to step up and tip $100, that would actually end up adding 2 extra hours. And I bring this up because like 15 minutes left in the stream at most. So running out of time for today. Tipathon only is guaranteed to last a little over an hour tomorrow. Not looking great as of right now. This is why I did that, because I cannot... It doesn't work, right? It doesn't snap that way, because those are both going down. What I should be able to do in theory... I don't know how well this will work. In fact, this won't work as it stands. What I have to do is I guess I have to do this. Oh yeah, let's build it right here. Conveyor splitter does not want to give me any amount of alignment on this. Of course it won't. Why would it make my life easier? Right about there? Yeah, okay. In that case, I can get rid of the doubled up bit. And do it like this. See how I'm doing it now? Although, the way that this currently is still going to be an issue, because if I remember correctly, it's the top one on the inside, which I need to save as a result. So technically I need to build this a level down. Unless I switch it around so that I don't have to worry about that. Might have done this too late. This is a bit silly. Oh, it's actually offset further than it needs to be. Cool. In that case, I actually want that there. I'm trying to do this quickly because the end of the stream is coming up quickly, but not going very quickly, that's for sure. And then you come down like that. And then we do this. And this. And this. And you just come straight forward. I can lead straight into there. And then this, as a result, can go on to there and go straight to there. And then you can go to there. And to there. Build it to there. And then these are going to be a bit weird. But I will build them like that, so that that one goes up. That. And in theory, that means that there's, yeah, no more clipping. Because I did this little janky maneuver. Okay, there might be a slight bit of... No, there's no clipping there, because they don't overlap. They only overlap where there's plenty of space. Okay. Something like that. Now I have to do this part of it. And do it like that, so that it gets it away from this power joint thing. You. It snapped. Then I just take this in a straight line over to here, back to, and then wham. Take these to this point. Then I'm gonna move that back over. Little to no clipping there. That's where it gets messed up, when I have to rotate it, even a small amount. Yeah, that's right. Then unfortunately for the remainder of this, that one, these two, and then that one, I don't really have the time for it. We've only got less than 6 minutes left in the stream, until midnight at least, and I'd rather stop the timer before midnight than after it, so I don't want to keep going with this. And there's the bot even to say that, yeah, it's time to take a break. That does look a bit silly just sitting there. And just think, I can unlock one that's 4x, supposedly. 4.1 and 4.2, I don't know what the difference is. Oh, 80 by 80 and 96 by 96, but this one I think is taller, whereas this one is shorter. 80, 80, 64, 96, 96, 48. There you go. Yeah. Not anytime soon. Alright, well. Made a decent amount of progress, I'd say. Last call, though, for that $150 goal. We've only got a couple minutes left. Anybody wants to help make it happen, or multiple people. Doesn't have to all be one person. But goes the game. And just before we move away from this scene, since I didn't actually copy anything over to the end scene, pause the timer. You can see the timer is no longer counting down, and it will remain that way until I re-enable it tomorrow. However, while it will still display 1:18:21 when I resume it tomorrow, or up until when I resume it tomorrow, if any tips are received while the timer is paused, any subs, any bits, and it's fine, static, don't worry about it. I understand that not everybody can contribute, and that's perfectly fine. But if any help is received during that time while the timer is paused, it will update when the timer resumes. It will not update in the time between because I didn't build a function in to update it during that time. I considered it, but I decided that it wasn't really necessary to do. After all, I don't expect anybody to actually help out while the timer isn't running. But, yeah. Pretty productive stream, I'd say. So, that said though, next time I'll be live is tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, tomorrow from my perspective. Actually, I think at this point, from everyone's perspective, no matter how you look at it, it's tomorrow, right? No. If it was right now, it would be, but 4 hours earlier, it's not. There's a few time zones where that's not true. Never mind, it's late. I'm not thinking. Yeah, don't mind me. If it was a midnight start time, then yes. I'd say that, but 8 p.m. No. Brain not working well. Yeah, time zones are hard. And let's not even get started on the half-hour time zones. But yeah. We'll be playing more Satisfactory tomorrow. I would like to get more of the, well, the fuel processing, essentially. I want to get the refinery set up for the diluted packaged fuel, and then maybe if I can get to it, the heavy oil residue. What time zone do space stations use? Let's not go there. I do need to get the oil in at some point. I do need to get the water in. I'm not so concerned about getting all the inputs set up. Maybe some of the belts and pipes run for those things, but, you know, not actually fully hooked up. But yeah, pretty good progress, I'd say. A lot more progress than I've made in almost 2 months, that's for sure. Actually, I guess it would technically be less than 2 months. Because I think it was like June 7th or 8th. But if it was day 13 that I last played, then, well, I only started it about 2 weeks prior to when I last played it, you know? Anyway. Yeah, unfortunately at this point, tomorrow is not guaranteed to be a full day. And it may very well be the last stream before Friday. I hope not, but there's only an hour and a bit left on the clock, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens. As I said, at the end of the stream, the $150 goal will be reduced down just to a single game and not have the bonus hour applied to it. There will still be bonus time added for multiples of 50, but beyond that, that's it. However, until the stream actually ends, that goal is still in full effect. So, if there's somebody who hasn't helped out yet, but still wants to, and is able to, most importantly, don't go spending beyond your means, after all. But, yeah. I may throw something else in for tomorrow night, I don't know, we'll see. But, I've been struggling to figure out these goals, because I'm not good at figuring them out. Simple as that. Anyway, you know when the next stream will be. That's when the timer will resume. And hopefully we can get to this point tomorrow where I'm wrapping up the stream at midnight. But we'll see. I will play some ads on the way out, as I usually do. If you don't want to stick around for them, that's fine. That's why they're at the end. You can leave before they start rolling, and you won't miss anything of importance. It's as simple as that. Alternatively, if you want to stick around and watch them, or if you're a sub and you shouldn't see them, then that's fine too. Do as you wish. They're at the end for a reason. You can choose what to do in regards to them. Anyway, that's going to do it for me tonight. The bot doesn't care about your emotes, man. That's going to do it for me tonight. Yeah. See, this is why I need to wrap it up. Clean outro. Let's go. That's going to do it for me tonight. Thank you everyone for watching, and hopefully I'll see you next time. Later.